There we go. Everything just hit all at once. Good morning, gamers, and welcome back to Streaming Story Saturdays. We are continuing. We are finishing up Saphrine's post-Heaven's Ward story quest line. Let me open up the sheet. Make sure we're at the right spot. We are. And I broke my headset again. Crap. Nope, not that. That. So, what did we have last time? Ah, right. Last time we ended the Dragon Song War. Put a final question mark end to Nidhogg. And hopefully brought some semblance of peace to Ishgard for at least a minute. But as for now, we still have the Warriors of Darkness to deal with. So, with all said and done, let's head inside. Mistress Kanekuro. Mistress Kanekuro, your most excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that he'd been present to receive it, but in any event. Sir Emmerich de Boreal, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount to House Boreal, cordially invites Mistress Kanekuro to dine with him at his estate. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, 'tis plain Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? You would ask me? I'm sure that a personal friend of Sir Emmerich, you are at liberty to wear whatever you deem appropriate. That said, when in doubt, a man of note could do far worse than an alpine coat. At least that's what Lord Emilion had been heard say. I assume it holds true for ladies? When you are ready, pray report to the astrologium. A man of House Boreal shall be waiting near thee to escort you the rest of the way. Alright. Holy crap, it is way out there. So a dinner date, is it? I really need to reorganize this. Greetings and well-met, Mistress Kanekuro. I have the honor and privilege to serve as head steward of House Boreal, though admittedly our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble house families, being countable on the one hand. My lord will be overjoyed to hear that you have accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a woman of action such as yourself enjoys a nary moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I am sure, but for this day, we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. Christ. Yeah, he honestly looks weird. Get up.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn. I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days. Though I have lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Nor would I presume to imply otherwise. Neither I nor any man alive can truly understand what you have endured, and I cannot say with any confidence that I would have acquitted myself as well under the circumstances, much less grown stronger for it. By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain. I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead? The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late. As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind. Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all, and it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect. The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you. May I ask a personal question? Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Seek treasure and glory.
Lord Commander, pray forgive the interruption.
News from House Fulton.
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay. Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago, bearing an injured maiden. Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
Normally, I'd make a joke about Thancred bringing yet another maiden home, but situation's a little more dire.
For every ending marks a new beginning. From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn, as did she. Only to be drawn unto another battlefield, another cause, as if by fate.
Yes.
Is that...
Alize, Alphinaud's twin sister. She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness. I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder. 'Twas only after we had made good our escape that I realized it was poisoned.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect. But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt. She refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions. Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Take heart, Master Alphinaud. She will be attended by our most skilled chirurgeons. Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Alphino, is the Warrior of Light, is she with you? Don't go, there is something I must say. The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the Primals is but the first step in their plan. They make for Zelphatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Of course, the weird thing seems, why would them killing primals be bad? Since that's what we do. Surely we'll let her. Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his Kyurgeons. Did they not bring Instinian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we have yet the power to influence? Da, da, da. So, the Warriors of Dark and the Ascians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning that they might put her to the sword. When we first encountered them in Lot Asganath, were they confronting Ravna? Gods, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphino? There is much and more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alice risked her life to uncover this plot, and we will squander her gift at peril. Saphrine, will you accompany me to Zafla and help me stop the Ixal ritual? Given that Ishgard shares borders with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We have been willing to suffer the Beastman's intrusions in Kothras lands to a point, but the summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. We shall have our fastest airship, Master Alphino. The mountains of Zafla are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and the Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No, experience tells me that the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zofrel by way of mountain pass east of Cap Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for a contingent of camp knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure you safe passage to the mountains and escort you thence to Zephrel. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixali. We should be glad to have their assistance, Lord Edmund. In the event Mistress Alice regains consciousness, we shall share with you any information she may provide. May the Fury watch over you and keep you safe. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Drakenhead. Good. What do I have to do to keep my throat cleared? Alright, out there. Have you everything you require, then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Nadalan, and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it is normally guarded by a score of Ixali warriors, I have been informed that House Fortem Knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gates lie open. We need but walk through. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Mr. Skonakuru, Master Alphino, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that the scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they're up to something, and don't want anyone interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zephyr, and aid you as you see fit. The enemy will be thick on the ground. Upon arriving, let us advance with care as we search for the site of the summoning ritual. The gods are good. We should only have to contend with the Ixali, but if they are not, we may be forced to do battle with the warriors of darkness. Alright, let's see what we can do this time. Well, that's a blockade. And that's a big-ass rock. Oh, I just got lost. There we are. That's gonna suck. move, move. Not in the mood. Cha-cha-cha-cha. All right. One more. I take that back. Two more. And there's a lot in that. Oh, crap. Oh, screw it. Alright, this fun one. You gotta get yourself knocked up. Pun fully intended. Alright, so he's going to become untargetable. You gotta take these out. And when the burst happens, we knock the air out of his sail. Come on. There we go. And it's gonna waste. Nope, good. One down. I think we can handle these. Maybe. There we go. That's better. Sort of. Yeah, that one was having a little difficulty deciding where he was going to be. Oops. Not supposed to stand there. Those are sharp. I don't think we're going to be able to do a double pull on the next one. I think they're just spread out. Oh, wait. Yeah, I think this will work. we go. Yeah, those are too spread out for NPCs. Oh, something just hit. Open the gate, take the lift. Kind of miss mechanics like that in Dawn Trail. Actually having to interact with stuff throughout a dungeon. Oops. Keep him there. Thank you. Cha-cha-cha. Oops. There. Now, is she get to number 2? The guy with the fan who loves to knock people around. Well, the big thing is going to be using these little walls to keep us from the knockbacks. And he's going to be cute. I was a little late on that one. Ah, crap. That means for the next knockbacks, I cannot go to those sides. Screwed up my rotation. So we get to go over here now. Because those are basically Garuda's dot windstorm tornado things. So we got number 2 down. And we got bonus incoming. Got the air stones so we can operate the lifts. Which seems kind of weird considering that they technically could fly. Sort of, maybe. Who knows? And we got extras. Why would you want to group them together? And we've got more. Get another stone, get another lift. Whoops, wrong one. That is interruptible, unfortunately. We do not have an interrupt. That's interruptible. Everything this guy does is interruptible. Alright. I don't think that's Garuda. Nope, not Garuda. Just spread out for these cute little things. That's a stacker. Thank you for moving closer, Alphino. That helps. Spread these out somehow. Cha-cha-cha. That's another stack. Thank you, Alphino. Oh. And we get Garuda again. Spread them out in a fun way. That's going to be big. Well, it could have been big. Alright. Let's drop him. That did very little. And we did not see a single Warrior of Darkness that whole time. Shame. Right. Oh, wait. Really? Huh. I'll have to check that out later.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the primal without us.
What are you doing here?
You!
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Just what is your game? Leading us the long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
No, no. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned. We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
Mm-hmm.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there. Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumul. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we? You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here. You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created?
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light.
And there's the reveal.
But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void. Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source. For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Well, that was an interesting premonition. All things considered, we should be grateful that to survive that encounter. You'd think it could be true that to save their world, they must bring ruin to ours? No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever their reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Oddly quiet for some reason. Forgive me. This is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. The knights can appraise Lord Edmund of our success, and we the Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment if you wish. I will be at the congregation. Nope, we gotta go there first. So, they're trying to cause the rejoining. And our mysterious Elzin next to them is somehow consorting. It brings me joy to see you return safely, Saphrine. What news from Zephyr? Then we were not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remain behind, Mistress Yustola has been tending to Mistress Alice in your absence, and I am pleased to report that she has regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warriors of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let us show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She is a resilient one, much like her brother.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts.
It just said that.
When they told me you had departed for Zelfatol, I found that I could rest. The outcome seemed a mere formality, as did your safe return. Thank you, my friend.
I take it your mission was a success.
Sort of.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
I too thought his story fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alize. Why?
During my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the Beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Power answered with greater power, death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alize and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelfatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
As a member of the Eorzean Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father. However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
To the Waking Sands, then?
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alize, you...
Jeff, good luck with that.
You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Wait a minute. I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Anyway. To think that the three of us plumbed to the depths of the coils to confront Bahamut himself. Had I not been there, I would struggle to believe it. Shortly after we parted ways, I heard that she had taken to the road on her own, apparently on a journey of self-discovery. Precisely where to I had never learned, though I suspect that was by design. So she enjoyed hearing tales of our exploits then, did she? My apologies for keeping you waiting. Right, shall we be off then? Tataru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Pray, the 12. She did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothing. Do you remember that time in the studio when that girl of yours crept behind me in the hall and whispered? Sister, please. She was not... Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light? No, no, Alice, please continue. So be it. Another time, perhaps. To be honest, Saphrine, I wasn't planning on seeking you out just yet. When I set forth on my journey, I did so with grand ambitions. As you may recall, I promised I would not disappoint you. I pray you will forgive me if I do. Ah, yes, the carriage that so fortuitously arrived to spirit us away from Ul'dah after the banquet. Driver informed me that I had my sister to thank for his presence in Ul'dah. How did you know to send help? Oh, drunken brass blades are even less discreet than sober ones. Unfortunately, by the time I learned of the plot, it was too late to do anything more. Frankly, I'm still amazed Brenda managed to find you. New garments aside, I must say that you seem more different, more resolute than last we met. You have the look of a woman who is ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I am here today because I would regret it if I weren't. That is all. Fair enough. Let us depart for the Waking Sands, then, and see if Orianja can be of assistance. Ah. No, where? That's my last Vesper Bay ticket, really? No, I got more. Okay. I was gonna say. Do, 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 do. Oh, Yanje, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Elfino, would that the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming. What bringeth thee and thine this day? Warriors of darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. I, too, have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, there serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time, to identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Ixal's plan before it came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day I did receive tidings most troubling across the Strait of Melthshil. Earl Goth stirreth, and there are whispers that the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumours, marked thou, but in the light of thine own discoveries, thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must be ascertain the truth of the matter of South. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook, Saphrine. Thank you for your counsel, Urianja. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother. Urianja, is there anything else you would like to say? Alize? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you're normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Ardor had the power to break down barriers between planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask that you research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I am sure I won't know where to begin. That said, I heard tell of a promising tome, the Garun Orises. Mayhap you could start there. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Subtle as a brick, that one. Do, do, Seven hells. At this rate, I'll have to appeal Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Whatever is it, we don't want any. Oh, fancy that. Just when my kobold problems look to be coming to a head, the scions of the Seventh Dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing, what it is. Right then, let's get to it. So, our friendly neighbors in Gramaro have gotten much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one sniffing about the stores just now, likely looking to make off with an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I'm out to let that happen. Lend us a hand and help us search the camp for the little bugger, would you? Our Maelstrom friends seem notably more agitated than we first arrived. Do you happen to know why that might be? A kobold, you say? That would appear to corroborate Uriange's information, yes, but to be so reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there'll be time to think on this later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan's summoning. And that means finding and questioning this kobold. That was questioning, Alice, not killing. Where did you just go? Nope. Where did you just go? There you are. Stay back! Away, far back! I'm not a... It's no use. Pointless, hopeless, no use. Please don't hurt me. I wish to talk. Yes, just talk. I... This was stupid, Lana. Stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will. Okay, she found me. What to do? Come in peace. I only talk. Oh, you suck. Speak, guys, suck. Please, do not hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers ran on edge. He could very well give one a bruised knee. Huzzah, you found him. Fine work, scions. So, little one, thought you could sneak into our camp, did you? Plotting to steal my crystals, were you? No, I came to talk, ask for help. When soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons, shouting, and Now, let us all take a deep breath and discuss like civilized individuals. What is your name, child? Pikmin Gabu of the 620th Order. At least I will be a Pikmin one day. Well met, Gabu. I'm Alphino, and this is my sister Alize. The hell's with that look? Saphrine, the woman who found you, is our friend, and now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Polithan here thinks you want to take his crystals, Gabu. But you said you came to ask for help. Why to us and why not to your own people? What happened, Gabu? Can you tell us? Well, no one is gonna hurt you, all right? Not while we're here. I promise. The patriarch, the patriarch's gonna summon Great Father again, and you'll have to stop him, beat him, fight him, stop him. Gabu's parents said they wouldn't want it, along with many others, but the patriarch wouldn't listen. He's so angry, fuming anger, raging. He said that they didn't have the irons of the hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace. And then they took the guards, took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen that even since. Coke for the furnace? I did not want to believe it, but I have heard tales of folk I fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. By the 12, that's sickening. No one listens to Gabo, no matter how many he cries, pleads, begs, cries. They do not listen, they only talk about punishing the overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too, so please help Gabu stop Patriarch and save his parents. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three shall attempt to infiltrate the Kobold stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners.
Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case.
I have faith that we may yet stop this ritual. We would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy, that they would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood, brothers, sisters, mothers, and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. Well, this is going to be fun. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them, and if we gather enough, he'll return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come. Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where these crystals are stored? I know. Oh. Several spots, each defended by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them, but we was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. Together, we can take them away and hide them. Come, Gabu, we'll lead you the first cache. Oh, what the fuck? That was weird. Quickly! Do you have them all? Good. Lead us on, Nagabu. This way! Time is short. If you have the crystals, we should move on to the next cache. Did you hear me, brother? Brother? Aye, it's just that... I am quite certain that the crate bore Ishgarian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine how kobolds traveling to Kothras to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Wildbrand by another party, most likely a pawn of the Alcians, and as Thecrid speculated. I don't understand. Who are Alcians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Never you mind about that. As LSA said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gabu? Yes, of course. Gabu knows the way. This next one is last and very large, very big, very huge, very large. Oh, I'll get me lightheaded doing that. Confounded. What about you, Saphrine? Any luck? Nothing. This cannot be. Gabu saw them, spied them, spotted them, saw. Think, brother, think. They must have moved them, yes? The question is to where and why. With Gomerud, whether they summoned Titan once before and meant to do so again. This is the only explanation. What about Mother and Father and the others? We have to help them. And we will, Gabu. We will. Stay calm. We have still time. They hadn't yet to call for the remaining crates, yes? If they had, then they would have found other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must reach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There is no other way to prevent Titan summoning. But first, give me your crystals, that I might deliver them to Commander Bulla in custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. The crystals, Saphrine, if you would be so kind. Thank you. I shall deliver him to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Bolton on the situation. Pray go on ahead. As I recall, there is an aetheryte within Gomerud mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtlessly knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall return you anon. Strange. I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of the action. But if this is what you prefer, then Godspeed, brother. This way! Once more into this maze that I really, really hate. Alright, so it's over here. Nope, too early. Down here. And nope, past it. There it is. Ah, I take it this is the aetheryte we seek. Right then. As soon as Alphino arrives, we will go. I trust you're feeling suitably heroic, Saphrine. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. Quickly, quickly, gods, briskly, swiftly, quickly, I will not suffer any further delays. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers, here? But how did you... Where are my parents? Pertiak, where are they? Damn. Really? Mother? Father? Coke for the furnace? You monster! How could you? We are but servants of the Lord of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh, that he might draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of overdwellers. No, Alize, not yet. I understand, Patriarch, I do. Your fear, your anger, your hatred. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair, whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you have brought suffering on your own kith and kin. You have sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course. Cease your attempts to summon your god and work with us together to build a lasting peace. Another peace to be abandoned by overdwellers' convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you. Liars, betrayers, oathbreakers. You take and you take and you take, and when you have your fill, you sue for peace. You promise this time. This time is last until you grow hungry again. And when we dare defend ourselves, you declare this beast tribe cannot suffer to live. That our god drains the land of Aether, brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, suffering upon all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You've ruined our own lands. You not ruin ours. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Say something, please. 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 Oh, shit. All it takes is prayer and crystals. Wake up! 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 It's not good. I don't think that's a friendly Titan. Kinda summoned for the wrong reasons again. 7 hells. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Alphino. Leave it to me. We must away. And so you just abandon your carbuncle. Bad, Alphino, bad. By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to found. Does anguish and despair have served to birth a primal, and just as surely as would a supplication of the faith? Worse, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have but one cause for optimism, it is that while many crystals were present, they represent but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as may, he is yet a primal, and no longer we will leave him to bleed the land of Ether, the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave Ogomaru, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops, and the cycle will continue. Saphrine, you know what much be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Thank you, my friend. Alize and I will tend to Gabu. When you have finished with the Primal, look for us in Camp Overlook. We will be expecting you. Really? Huh, okay. I'll give it a... Are we on time? Let's see how it looks. Still got a good ways to go. Honestly, thought this was going to be a duty. I'll wait the 5 if it doesn't pop, because I know it's early as crap, so chances are that there's not going to be anybody around. Oh. Crap. Oh, wait. I forgot to do that one. Got to do that one. Shaggy Schultz. Shaw. Wow, that is not worth it. Yep, I got all those. Alright, let's check this. Actually charge fast. Mm-hmm. Alright, one more minute, and then we just wing it. That's a lot lower than it said. Yep, doesn't look like that's filling up. Never mind. Maybe. Maybe. Cute. There we go. All right, let's take the big guy down again. Avoid the edge, stay out of the center. Avoid the edge, stay out of the center. Avoid the landslides. There are so many of them. Stay out of the bad juju. Get ready for the bombs. Center will be the last one, so we'll stay over here until that first one pops, where everybody is standing. Stay out of the center. Someone's gonna get trapped. We're gonna stay close to them. Get them out. Someone just took a flight. I'm not sure how you got knocked backwards from a landslide, but okay. Stay out of bad juju. Bomb lines are coming up. It'll be over here for the first set. No, we won't. Get out of the bad juju. That did jack and shit. And he's down again. Sweet. You can have it. Let us move back to the story. Probably be quicker. Where the hell are they? Yeah, it would be much quicker. Just go straight over. Look. Alrighty then. Ah, there she is. Did I not tell you she returned safe and sound? The deed is done then? Titan is no more? Good. There has been enough tragedy this day. He has been like that ever since he regained consciousness. We believe he can't hear us, but he has made no attempt to respond. He is almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility he has succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? You have the right of it. But we will not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that the Assail's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. We can but watch, wait, and pray. If it is a victory, it is a very hollow one. There is naught to be gained from dwelling on eventuality over which we have no control, much less one which may never even come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Captain Bulletin of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? There he is. Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. When those came back without you, I had feared the worst. But they said you had matters well in hand. All is settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear. But not half as glad as my men will be, you believe me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal is a primal. And there ain't a soul in a maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Did not get me wrong, we're all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like a cause for celebration.
Now, I know a lot of places to be, but why not stay the night? It'd be an honor to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan Spain.
Who goes there?
The Boogeyman.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. It's so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences. Yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve, and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
Yeah, I'd say the bickering couple. Really wish there was one for Harshi in there.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk. I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's easy for him to say. It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Cute.
Very well. Draw her out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
But to what ends is the real question. What ho, Saphrine? I trust you had a good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Thancred and Y'shtola via LinkPro. They have some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had been once born Ishgardian seals. 'Twould seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes that this is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into recent activities in other tribes. In case they are flush with Ishgardian crystals. And with that in mind, I suggest we pay Jeanne another... Wait, where is Alice? She was here a moment ago with Gabu. Where? There we go. Ah, let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it's any consolation, I have already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Bodlin. Something tells me you're not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with the same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? Treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance. Till he comes back to us, until we know for certain of what has become of him.
You need not worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and helped you secure a better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We will not soon forget that, nor will Maestrum command.
I'm sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should have never been made to... And I know I possibly cannot understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up with your love of them. And never, ever forget.
Come along, little one.
I will remember them. And you, Alice. Thank you.
Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time, he will recover. And those orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. Mm-hmm.
1,000 times over aye. There will be a reckoning.
Okay.
Oh, right, the Waking Sands. Give me one more.
Mm-hmm.
Cha-cha. We have heard glad tidings from Ogromero, my friends, and by the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa may rest easy. I should think so. Yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crabs from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice.
Let us then speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavily on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought the Gurun oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their conspicuous use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then 10 of the 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as Lady Menphilia spake unto thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone by umbral fires, each soul sundereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then the warriors of darkness succeed, everyone in the world will die? In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of renunciation of flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to the transcendent light in the manner of the warrior darkness described, it would give way to a void where none may know either life or death. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. In essence, a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such, at least, is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then gods, no one should have to ever make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. 'Twould seem several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you would believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. Lest thou wonder at their motive, I would mind you that Ascians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Ralgar. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devout to the cause of the Almegan liberation. It may also interest to know that their Ishgardian supplier appears to be none other than the remnants of Elaine Relev's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with Ascians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant, forgive me. We must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. Saphrine, Alice, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves. First hand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Subtle as a brick, that one. Alphino, Alice, Saphrine, are you 3 listening? Good. I have tidings. Temple Knights have raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were employed, and I hope you're sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too? What few remain, aye. Regrettably, it would seem that they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. 'Twas bound for Little El Amigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Emmerich's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happen coincidence. We have learned of shipments but few moment ago. And there I was thinking I might find be one step ahead of the warrior of light and her little helpers. God, wait a moment. There's more. And I defy you not be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Elaine Rosaline, the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else did you share this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact you Stolini next, but there's someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. What in the world has gotten into her? It is twice now that we have sought Uriange's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils, and spent much time at the Levio estate as we did. He was practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though. Little Amigo awaits. Do, 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 do. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me, it's been a long day. Did you have something to say? Uriange? Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head. Now more than ever. Listen, Saphrine, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just to know that I'm prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. Da, da, da. So, to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamegan Resistant operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could wholly be unaware of the Resistance's movement. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both willing and able to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Saphrine, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of the town? Alizé and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous with here to share our findings. Let me guess. You come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he lit a fire on every Alamegan's heart, he also inspired more than a few old dons to pledge themselves to our cause. And little wonder the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I see you there, going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I bet. Seems like they're The talk of little Alamiga these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face with all that scars. Other reckon he's marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send bloody legion if they knew where he was. Your guess is good as mine.
Yeah, shit. Nope. Up. Thank you. There we go.
Yeah, resistance? Damned if I know. Not if I'd be used to them. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you. I'm too old for the masks and bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we get used to it.
I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. This Griffin seems to be the leader of the newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet, despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them. Only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamigan liberation is unrivaled. But we can hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this group which received the crystal shipment, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement leader to confirm my suspicions. Mayhap enlist his help while I'm at it. Given that you and Gundabald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead. Yes, shall we?
Much as it pleases to see you again, Saphrine, I can't help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin? I know him, as we all do. He and his mess have become the leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They are truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the dangers of his ambition, and you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver his speech to our people at the sunken temple of Kiran. Go and see him with your own eyes. Weigh his words with your own heart.
How convenient. 'Tis but a pity that Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Kiarnin we go. Over that way. Ish. Is that an... No. Can't be. Yeah, it's not. All right. Has it already begun? I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same. We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out. Building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us, and they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamigan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is that...
What are you two doing here?
We were told there would be
I
pizza.
could ask you the same thing.
Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
Well, we found the last two missing scions. Somehow. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you! Though I thought pretty obvious you and Saphrine would be fine. The Crystal Brevs never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the scions, divided as they were, distributed by the better part of Eorzea. But do you truly believe that? Forgive me. What exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Uldar. but we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends in the Resistance. That's right! They smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we'd offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito has severed all ties with the Crystal Braves, and that General Raubon had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your postal expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread word around the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with the outsiders. Oh, and we heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin must trust the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Curious. It is well known that we are no friends to Golemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. And that I should say that man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator. A talented rabble-rouser to boot. I would not be surprised if he were responsible for the majority of the public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in the raid, under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of all of it. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. Yeah. What? It's not if I'm making all of you wear one. And mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Completely. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the... to get a better sense of the man. For all the good it did. And now you have heard the whole of it, but tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Summoning? You are not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never entertain such a ridiculous plan, but the Griffin... Well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say without confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made such claims of late, and I confess I had assumed it mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible to err alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find it together. And if anyone tries to stop us, they'll have to answer to me. Indeed. That is assuming you will have us? Da da da. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting a primal, we must indeed obtain confirmation while there is time yet to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates, and while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the master plan in broad strokes. Like the man who he impersonates, however, he is wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alfino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times. Inspired by his words, you to take up arms for a noble cause. Eden and I, as members of the faction, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange the meeting. You need to look the part. We might maintain the charade, until we have him cornered, at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments for Talbot, and have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any question? Oh, I'm so glad this is the last time we have to change outfits. This all seems enough, thank you. And with that, Saphrine, let us be off. Nope. You look like Talbot.
Hey, you want to buy... What? I don't know what you're up to, but I don't want no part of it. Oh, you're the ones with the gills, so seeing your friends at Papalimo. Here, tunic and slops for both of you. Tailored to... treated to your taste. Now, off with you, before someone sees us together.
Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go change and see you at the spot Papalimo marked on our maps. Alright, which one is it? That. Of course. Why is it always on the backside of Little Alamigo? Well, someone must be really uncomfortable wearing common clothes. Well, look at us, a pair of down-at-the-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal.
Little bold there.
Much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
So much for the disguise.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
Damn.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god.
Great. Ifrit,
Search our camp
again.
If you don't believe me, we have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
Nope, just your stand-in.
Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago. On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
I mean, he's not completely wrong. Can I please get out of these clothes now? Quarry Mel, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me. Cannot be expected to recall every name and face beside. It's not as if it matters. I have long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand, and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, Saphrine. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. Da, da, da. If we take the Griffin's doable word, then the crystals are now somewhere with Zarok, ready to be put use by the Amalja. We must apprise Alice of what we have learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. Yeah, wrong way. That's not the right way either. There we go. Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings? You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papalima were here all along? Well, Ishtola will be relieved. And also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing some Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zarok without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. And so they go forth, in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gathered to assume their marks on the stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise in the drama which I am author. O gods forgive me, I shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth save to stand at the ready and pray the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. Duty time. I confess I expected a warmer greeting. We must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the battles of the Ember. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, do so now. I shall await your signal.
This isn't right. The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12, will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange! Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alizé!
Here it comes.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. As Eorzea's blade of light once stood by my side, now I shall stand at hers and defend this realm with all my might.
Let's finish this.
All right. Do, 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 do. That's gonna get to be annoying pretty effing quickly. It ends now.
Ends now.
My bad.
What? The chains. You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
Even odds, then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop! Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. Make ready! They come!
All right. Mechanics, here we come. I would love to. Shit. Do. There we go. Oh, crap. That sucks. Alice, anytime. There we go. Now we can do something about it.
With this blade, I banish the darkness.
No. Not like this.
Alize, Are you hurt?
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt plains with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Be so quick in that judgment.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
I've died before, Arbet. I'm not afraid to die again.
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
1 against 5? Really? Or syncing up all 6?
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From 2 worlds do we gather, and from 2 worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the first, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Heidelin had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
I'm sure some will disagree.
Go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Heidelin's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servants of Heidelin. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling, So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
One final farewell.
Thank you, Lemmy, for everything.
It would seem we are in southern Thanalan again, and Philia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the worries of darkness too. Cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. That will be for a later date. Forgive me. My thoughts were elsewhere, and this is when I know full well that there is yet work to be done. The crystals? Leave them to me. I will go back to Zarak and secure them. The Amalja will still be in disarray after the thrashing the warriors of darkness gave them. They are not likely to notice a lone bard skulking about. But Thancred, you don't have to do this, I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Ida and Papa Lima. They must have finished searching for the mass camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Saphrine. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When did thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with the warrior Darkness and the Ascian and White at the Great Library? I tried not to think the worst, but you've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Saphrine, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee unto the refuge of thine own choosing. Once my lady has regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. Where the hell are we? Okay, yeah. Well, let's go talk to the duo first. See what eventful stuff they got into. Where the fuck is the way out? There we go. Well met, Saphrine. Alphino said you would be joining us. 'Twould seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the mass comp. Did you perchance find one in Zahak? Actually, I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it, it's just... I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ira. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say for any certain is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it is past time Ira and I rejoin the Scions. We've been away far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your dispassionate perspectives. And I hope we might, in turn, offer our own opinions on many challenges that you have faced in our absence. Gods, it's been absolute ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to reunite. Count them. Tataru tales may well surprise you.
Ida? Ida, Roglar, be praised, it's you. Ida, alive, standing before me in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now. Has it really been so long since you don't remember me? It's Gundabald. I fought beside your father in the Revolution. Don't think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the Resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Aye, Ida, there was always full of fire. Even the first volunteer for our mission. Till the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst. But here you are, alive and well, and looking nary a day older.
What can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and make you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we're still in the circle knowing back then. Right. And anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff in time, and you see, I'm completely fine. I know we've talked about a lot, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It has been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Hells take me for giving you that mask. Uh-oh. In we go! It's been so damn long. Welcome home, Saphrine. I trust your journey was uneventful. You'll be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he has delivered them safely to the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here, and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryol and brief them on all that has occurred. I also request that they return to the Rising Stones at the earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryol.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
Hmm?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got her to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I, for my part, shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
Treasures and wonders abound.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
Look at them, Saphrine. The scions of the seventh dawn. Look how far we have come. The people we've met, the moments we've shown, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 will know. But I know that we will find out together. Da, da, da. Alright, 9 more to go.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life,
Mm-hmm.
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsiamati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
Okay.
Thank you. I shall guard it well.
there is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. Coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted, then? Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in the waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. Well, shit. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but your deeds, you have proven yourself most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. Woe. And who is out here in Cartano? So it was all here. He was here all along. Great. You again. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are gonna have so much fun.
Ah, Saphrine, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet at Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise.
Never give a Lala a favor. It will always cost way too much.
I'm sorry to drag you away from all your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments.
Incoming. Ah, not this again.
Great, everyone, ready to go to work. No squirmy now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. There! All finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Saphrine. All in good time. Ah, found you. Alphino wants everyone in the cellar for a meeting. I don't know what it is about, but he seems to think it was very important. Go now. We have everything we need. No sense keep everyone waiting.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Alizé. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear.
Not it.
No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Don't make me put a boot up your ass.
Tancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Mm-hmm.
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Y'shtola! Please, you have to help her.
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. Ah, but I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I shall depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric, and encourage him to send an envoy. To Taru, Krile, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Okay. Back to Ishgard. Seems everything over at the edge of Gridania has gotten spicy. Greetings, warrior of light. What brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here, I will summon Sir Emmerich. It is good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity that it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucio not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminent the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult with my counterparts in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handelo that he is to lead your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Saphrine, pray accompany Lucio to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. A fury speed you on your way. Da, da, da. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the gates of judgment. We must make ready to depart an instant the envoy arrives. There's our destination. And now we wait for our envoy. Boy, oh boy, who will it be? We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Not, I concede, that there was ever really any doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone. Not with the ink scarcely dry on the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Last, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. To Dragonhead. Versus prize and inspection, which everybody loves. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Saphrine? You may see a familiar face. Not the one I want to see, but will be nice. Saphrine, old girl, how wonderful it is to see you, and Sir Emmerich too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you'll excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honoro. We shall be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes natural as I breathe to a guard... I mean to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall be sure to communicate these developments with Lord Franciel in the observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm? A little. You and me both, old girl. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet we cannot play the hand we are dealt. And with a little help from the veterans and Honoros ceaselessly gelatin, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old girl. Off to Gridania with you. You got some big boots to fill there, Sir Idiot. All right, where are we going? Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now, as when I first laid my eyes on it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. Da, da, da. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Den. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Why am I not the one that gets an automatic escort there? The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you please. And the Lomenson party as well. I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one who was delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. And Saphrine, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day of reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady Saphrine, I was glad to hear from Rio that the missing scions have now been found. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but first, let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we? Pretty sure it's one.
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial Legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one.
But
Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
Okay. I mean, it's not out of the question that he has a grander plan than just taking the wall. That council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich. Master Alphino, it's always a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alice, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank Saphrine for serving as our escort before other duties called her away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord. I was but waiting for an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mr. Shigiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciate the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. It is the Empire. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad we are to have you.
Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry and thank you? Must these politicians make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who sound like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We shall be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a visit to the East Shroud. I am curious to know how Papaluma and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylves, not to mention what has been going on at Balezar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. Back to the toll. Whoop bum 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 bum. Welcome back, Saphrine. I don't know about you, but I'm hardly glad that all that talking is over. I understand these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to weigh every word before you speak? I doubt I ever feel home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Always the opportunity to give him a jab. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. Da, da, da. Hmm? Ah, you are returned from the council. But what of Alphino? Did something other matter require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Naga doing? Well, she will be all right, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataro's keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there are any changes in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision? Each nation, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support for Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a sufficient force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to the Imperial active aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give Griffin what he wants. Wouldn't like to be the Imperial cop between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ira, you seriously... one does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If there were only some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Balezar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal.
As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi. I do not intend to waste the opportunity.
4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only increase the risk of detection. Kryl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Levias? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worse, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Saphrine? Gridania will be safer for your presence. And while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you.
Yeah, that's the meal last time she's going to sit in place.
If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for Hawthorne Hut without delay. The nearby watchtowers offer an unobstructed view of Balzar's Wall, and I should be interested to speak with the Alliance commanders who have installed them at its top. To the East Shroud. Do, 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 do.
Ah, there you are.
Ooh. Ah, Saphrine, there you are. Come. Amara's spire awaits us. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall.
Fancy meeting the two of you here. We're about to set forth.
Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you will have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment you seem ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck, so which be it? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalimo, I'll shake whatever needs shaking, and talking part I'll leave to you.
Letting that one slide.
I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Ah, some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtlessly have news for us.
Cho. Tree.
And they're not at the top.
Welcome, Warrior Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers? You'll find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well.
I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see, and the sight of you might help remind them why we bothered. If memory serves right, I have not seen you since the day of the grand melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand by your side. 'Tis heartening, indeed, to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in a common cause. Speaking of which, what news of the wall?
All has been quiet.
Quiet, you say? Why, it looks like they're having a festival.
Report? What? Seven hells, fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault.
So the Griffin has made his move.
Someone has...
And what's that supposed to mean?
The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors.
Impossible! We gave no such order.
Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We've been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've lost an offensive. This could mean war.
Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it'd be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. You can then incite a rebellion amongst the populace which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea would meanwhile be plunged into chaos. Saphrine, we must make for the wall at once.
What? It's just the two of you?
Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge within the midst of the raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to our fate. It will be dangerous, but confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful in avoiding skirmishes, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin. And if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through this storm. Well... use their own gear and armor against them. Dominoes have been set, and all it takes is a spark to knock them over.
Forward, comrades. The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo, and force action upon those who have turned their backs to Saphrine so long. Let this victory be the first step in liberating our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost.
Well... everything went to crap pretty quickly. From what Papalimo told me, the trail should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightway for the tunnel and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way, but time is for subtlety. It is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste. If everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Alright, one final dungeon. Oh, don't give me that crap. Close enough. Alright, here we goes. Once more into the breach. You know, it would be nice to bring that armor all the way over here. Where'd that dog come from? Holy crap. Screw it. Let's bring it with us. Wow, we really got a lot of friends here. Do try to stay somewhat centered. Ah, crap. Key. Always forget that. There does come a point when they stop doing that, but it's not there yet. Oh, we could hope that they would try to group them together. No, key's right there, thank you. Move! Alright, first guy. You, I believe, are somewhat of a pain.
Take care of the ads. That's gonna hurt. Actually, it's the second one that's a massive pain, not the first. More ads. More AoEs. Still not up for that one. That was 3 tank busters in 90 seconds. Wow, that's impressive. And just gonna ignore the next set of ads. There we go. Now we get the conveyor belt ride. Right? Yep. And this is just a gauntlet. Oh, fun portions. No reason to move them. Stay still. And now we get 3 big guys. Maybe. There we go. Iron Giants are so much fun. Especially when they do the same maneuvers all together. There we go. Continue the gauntlet. One downside to NPCs is that they do not AoE. Well, up until a certain point, at least. And give us 3 more for the road. That's gonna hurt. Now we get to deal with the laser grid, boss. Cha-cha-cha. Hey, launcher. Great ability. And no moving. Red light, green light. Launcher again. Why not? Because you didn't have enough fun with it the last time, you get another launcher. And time for red light. Oh, bite me. Forgot to turn off auto attack. Here comes the laser grid. 1-2 combo. There we go. And now for some extra fun with extra friends. Really not fond of grouping stuff together, are you? Fine. I'll deal with this one. And you drop the key that we need to go through. Work our way up through the cannon fodder. And this should be the last. Deal with that. And get your attention.
Try to bring them all together. So that we're all one big happy family. And now for the big guy himself. Well, well, well. At last we meet for the last time. That hurts. Look away. Just like he likes his women.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
Alright, so we have to take out one of these. To create a safe spot. He will knock somebody back, but you just gotta move back in. Because those hurt. Alright, who are you putting in that? Gotta break them free. Alright, enough of that bullshit.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
And we are going to call this one said and done. You want to use your special, I'll use mine. Oops, wrong way. Give me that.
You've beaten me, aye.
More than just your eye.
But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
You created a storm of blood. Now I gotta clean up your mess.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
So easy to kill your own for your own fucking agendas. Proof once again that Lalafels are evil.
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Gods help us. What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Ralker. Grant us the strength to crush our...
All of that to create a situation to summon a primal.
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
That's not good.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
Well, that's not good.
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
Run.
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days.
You're nowhere near Louis Sua's level.
Though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Marty, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalymo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida! There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this! Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Like hell.
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
A second Dalamode, if you will. Or the loss of another scion. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papalymo is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louis Swa wore the same look right before the end. Don't you think I don't know that? I know, right? I know. There's nothing more you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Saphrine was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me.
Just promise me you'll never forget what Papalymo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you.
Don't speak to me.
Leave Ada with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here.
Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. You must return to the Rising Stone and praise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Ishtola and the others of our imminent return. "'Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother." "Aye. Behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual even as we looked on." "By the 12.
Oops, wrong button.
I don't understand. To attempt such magic requires every ounce of one's aether. Not one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive."
Indeed, it was ever a last resort, and as I am certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave.
I have as yet been able to explain how Ilberd came into possession of Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspect aether rages. No mortal could have endured such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian, but now is not the time for idle speculation. Cryle, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it, then. What? Without so much as by your leave?
Pray forgive Archon Ishtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief despair prive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I, too, must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alice, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light.
Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it.
That's fucked up.
Saphrine, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meanwhile, we still have no idea how long it will be before a communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course, our representative will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The Council will be shortly reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the Primal, of course. As Yashto's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall unchanged. Yes, but the Elder Seer doubtlessly shares our concern about how long it will remain so. I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to aid his expertise to proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones into Taru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Den. Da, da, da.
Oh shit. He has arrived. Awesome.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Hey? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
Jesus. Wait for it.
Though, it would perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Are you alright?
Oh, what the hell?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Oh, fucking hell. Cha-cha-cha-cha-chinga.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
To show you up.
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartano since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking?
It's awesome.
Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it,
I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame?
Hopefully not.
Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
Doubtful, but we don't have much of a choice.
As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. It would seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
Damn.
My blade is yours.
A moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Is that Aquila? Well, that was a rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alice is already on her way, and would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off then. There you are. Saphrine, Alphina, ready to go. Others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment, lest you wonder. Nero insisted on being allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him? Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of the man poking about the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alphino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... Well, here they are now. Right, I think that's everyone. Shall we set course for Cartano? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak. I would hear of their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain a clear understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such time as you finish procrastinating. All right. While Alphino speaks with his colleagues, I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona. We can reconvene at the Rising Stone. Mine apologies for your trouble. I shall visit Y'shtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. Saphrine, Perry, accompany Alice back to the Rising Stone. I shall feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Alright, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. You're traveling with Master Garland, miss. The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Not quite a tour-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then? Yeah, I'm gonna be afraid. Ah, crap.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in magitech innovation.
Wait, really?
Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
That? Really?
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good God, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Unfortunately.
Gosetsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Saphrine, wait, could I speak for you a moment? Do you remember when I had you meet the Diamond Forge and we, ambushed you?
Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a travel outfit in my spare time. I only just moments finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now if you like. The monocle is a little over much. Still got time. Assuming we measured correctly, it should fit just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? Definitely gonna get dyed. You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the warrior light, well, let's just say it makes practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm to, bring you home. It'd always protect you.
Yeah, the monocle is definitely out there. Da, da, da. Are we on the last one? Nope.
So we have to wake this Omega up, right? When do we start?
Ida, are you sure that's...
Yes, I'm sure. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better when I'm doing something useful.
Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphino, maybe you could return to Gridania and assist Y'shtola and Kryl? A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartano expedition party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega, while Saphrine, Ida, and our Doman friends will take care of security. The Excelsior is by the lake, just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone's ready. Poor Alice, eh? Go. Thank you. Duty time. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we best be on guard. Given that Elaine Rolla was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be assured that the Empire has long been aware of its existence. And if Nero deemed it an obvious solution to the threat posed by the new primal, it's not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. And a fight it shall be.
Now, where was that? Ah! I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
I don't doubt.
Trust? Aye, I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
2 monks, a samurai, and a ninja? Oh yeah, he's fucked.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
What the hell? She is really weaving those seals.
With soul and steel.
No holding back.
No retreat. No surrender.
Surrender! We have you outnumbered! Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. Don't ask. Oh. You're gonna make mine jealous. Behold, the Red Baron. How in this nonsense? What the? Nobody told me they'd have magic armor. Forward, for the Empire! Honorless cur thinks he abandoned his men. I shall see to their fate. Pray attend to those minions. Come on. Do 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 do. Aww, that's all? Cha-cha-cha. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Owie. That's big. Really? And leave. I don't care. Not like we're ever gonna see you again, right?
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
That's comforting.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing?
Who knows? Only history will tell.
What do I think? All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. and me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
Ow.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
That only served to free it. Jesus. That's not good. Well. Do we seriously cause the second car to know? I mean, it's not a full-on calamity, but damn near it.
Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Uh-oh.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Not sure why we lost control with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Course training. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. Alright. Time for the final quest of Heaven's Ward. Woods can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait, we must first... the Elder Tsitsi is expecting us. Worry not, Alphino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. Do I really have to go to a meeting? The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All are eager to hear your testimony. Da, da, da. One thing I always love doing, coming to the Lotus Stand, because why go anywhere else? Lava. My friends, full eager am I have waited your turn. Few indeed could have discharged duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You're too kind, Elder Seer. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to. Tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega Eye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed. What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from the midst arose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Garabania. The primal's might defied belief. It is the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows. And it wielded such magic as I have never seen and hope to never see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, but both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw a pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan soil. I will not speak of the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed fatal blow on the other. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the pharma form, the Domans were heard whispering the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes in the Garabanian side of the border. Aye, which is why we tend to have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarpin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridania's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will be joining the Marshal and his men when the Council has adjourned. Oh, that explains a few things. I wager the flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engage Omega's stasis system. So even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it'll be of no use to them, save for Saps as a statue. Correct, and without me to guide the efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they even manage it at all. Such reassurances do calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Garabania. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. Damn it. There we go. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest we retire to the Rising Stone, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Ishtola and the others have gathered at Amara Spire, and I imagine that you, too, would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. It is decided. Lead on. Do, 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 do.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbert's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberdal but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by a mega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we? The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time. Ida, there is no need to explain. But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask.
There?
20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started? You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida. Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade. It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner,
to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lys. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Ala Mhigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
Kind of fitting that the sun is starting to rise. That's awesome.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lys to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come terms with Papalimo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite a story to tell Tataru and my sister. And that is finally the end of Heaven's Ward. God damn. Took forever. One hell of a journey, too. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna pop out of this. And finish everything up. He may have mentioned, but Alphino has appraised me of all that came in passing. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm of blood. Lys has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join in the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Garabania, we'll have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say, of course, the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom, but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Ala Mhigans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire. As I rather suspect, do you. Quick, march! The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. It is almost time, father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I'd learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, little bird. I will take back our homeland. For both of us. There he is. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Belsar's world has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues, though both yet elude us. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage to the region. Should we perchance divert some forces from the surge to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend to... Your will be done. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it provided a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. This does put a smile on my face. At the far reach of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to the eastern sky and behold the crimson hue. Dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. Finally. An Imperium. Oh, I don't care about the Imperium. I don't even think I've unlocked it. Well, everything is said and done for Heaven's Ward with that one. The entire storyline into post MSQ. We've cleared out coils, dealt with the Warring Triad, unfortunately off screen. I'll have to remember that for Stormblood. And dealt with Alexander as well. So now all that is left is to walk into the next expansion. But that will be for another time. As for us here at the corner, we are going to call it on that one. So, as always, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.